All right, so Ms. Green, we will call your case and Mrs. L stepping in for Mr. Pfeiffer on Ezekiel Moore. Let me grab that file. All right. All right, so we're on the record, and then Mr. Moore is all right. We're on the record in docket 25-00015. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Ezekiel Moore. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lozelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Ms. Green.
Thank you. Cassandra Green on behalf of Ezekiel Moore, who is also appearing via Zoom this morning.
And sir, you are Ezekiel Moore, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Moore?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mrs. L, you're stepping in for Mr. Pfeiffer. How are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be setting this for a preliminary exam. However, we are asking for a little bit more time to get discovery completed.
All right, and so is this going to be a waiver of the 21-day rule? And then do you want to leave it on for PCC next week, or are we going to set it outside of that PCC date? Ms. Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. My understanding with my conversation with Mr. Pfeiffer is that we would use the date of the 23rd. Instead of using it as a PE, we would use that as the PCC and make a determination from there if, in fact, we have received the rest of the discovery.
All right. And so did you want to waive the 21-day rule today, or did you want to waive it on the 23rd since we're leaving it on for PCC?
Let's waive it on the 23rd and see what happens.
All right. All right. So let's leave on, and we'll treat that leave on, and we'll treat that PE as a PCC, and then we'll make a determination as to what we're doing for the prelim or the PCC at the time. That'll be within 21 days. So we'll leave on for January 23rd at 9 a.m. And then we can make a determination on that date if there's just cause, or if we're going to waive, if the discovery has not been presented, since we're just using that as a PCC date. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Green?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else? So we'll leave on for probable cause conference on January 23rd at 9 a.m. Anything else for the record in docket 25-00015, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Ms. Green, that can be via Zoom since it's a PCC.
Okay. Thank you.
You can attend via Zoom. I'm assuming you'll have a chance to talk to Mr. Pfeiffer. And if you need a breakout room on that date, we can provide that also.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Appreciate that.
All right. And so if there's nothing else for the record in 25-00015, I'll see everybody next week. Thank you, everybody, for your appearance.
Thank you.
Ms. Redmond, I'm going to put you in room 3, and that's where your public defender will be once he joins us. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So let's move you to room 3. You should get a prompt to go to room 3, and then I'll put Mr. Milks in to see you in room 3. All right, Mr. Birch, did you need to meet with the assistant prosecutor? Are we just leaving that one on? You'll have to unmute.
Yes, I'm going to need to. Don had a conflict, so I'm his associate attorney.
All right, so did you want to leave that on, or did you want to, because that's set for PCC today with yourself and Mr. Etheridge, I think, was on the second file. And he just joined us and then he left. Did you
I'm
need to
representing
talk
Dakota Clark.
Oh, that's right. That's Davion Clark. I've got two clerks. Okay. All right. Did you want to just leave that on, or did you want to talk to the prosecutor?
I'd like to speak to the prosecutor, please.
All right. So Mrs. Zell, you can, when you're ready, you can join us, and I'll put you. All right. So Mr. Birch, I'm going to place you in room 4, and once Miss Zell joins us, she can meet with you in room 4. So you should get a prompt to go to room 4.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Davion Clark. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Etheridge.
Morning, Honor Attorney Derek Esper, also the public defender on behalf of Mr. Clark, Davion Clark, who is appearing by video.
All right, sir, you are Davion Clark, is that correct?
I'm breaking it.
Correct.
It is breaking there.
Can't hear you. Mr. Clark, you're coming in with some other. All right, so you are Davion Clark, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Clark?
Yeah.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a preliminary examination probable cause conference. Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding today?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be leaving this matter on for a preliminary examination.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Etheridge?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
So we'll leave on for preliminary examination for January 23rd at 8:30. So that'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing, Mr. Clark. And I'll see you next week at 8:30. We're leaving on for preliminary examination. Anything else for the record in 25-00021, Mrs. Zell?
Not for the people.
Mr. Etheridge.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, Mr. Clark, we'll see you next week at 8:30. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Now, I figured we'd get that one out of the way.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Etheridge.
Mr. White here.
And then, Mr. Goodrich, are you ready on
On Mr. Nguyen, yes, and
Mr. Gwynn? All right, and that, I believe, that is a City of Lansing case. Is that correct?
That
Mr.
is
Staples?
correct.
Mr. Gwynn?
and then I'm personally also ready on Miss Enos, who also has a City of Lansing probation matter to follow.
All right. All right, let's go on Mr. Gwynn. And Mr. Staples, thank you for accommodating our schedule today.
Aim to please, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00476. That is people of the City of Lansing versus Howe Van Gwyn. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Nguyen. And I also want to bring to the court's attention that Troy Gilchrist is online as a Vietnamese interpreter and would need to be sworn in.
Oh, okay. Let's see. So Mr. Gilchrist, let's start again and I will swear you in.
Yes.
So Mr. Gilchrist, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have a video so I can see you take the oath?
I think it's enabled.
Yeah, I can't see you.
I tested my video before this whole, let me check my video settings, but I'm not sure what else I need to do for you. I'm not sure. I've enabled my video. It's my camera was working. I tested it before I came in.
All right. Well, everybody else's camera's working, but I can't see you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to do, sir. I apologize.
All right. Well, let's do this. If the party's okay, I'll swear Mr. Gilchrist in, and part of the swearing will be that you're raising your right hand. So please raise your right hand, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications, so help you God, under the penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So Mr. Gilchrist, just let me know if I get going a little fast. You are translating in Vietnamese, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. So we're on the record in People of the City of Lansing versus Have Gwyn.
Yeah.
Gwyn. All right. You can translate that.
Bây giờ thì bắt đầu phiên tòa đây anh. Hôm nay là thành phố Lansing là ra tòa là chống anh.
Yeah.
Understood.
All right. Appearances of the record, Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples for the City of Lansing.
Ông Matt Staples là công tố viên đại diện cho thành phố Lansing.
Yeah. Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Nguyen.
Ông Luke Goodrich là luật sư bào chữa của thành phố đại diện cho anh.
Yeah. And sir, you are Hao Nguyen, is that correct?
Anh là Nguyễn Hào phải không?
Yeah.
Correct.
All right, this is the time set for a probation violation hearing.
Hôm nay là phiên tòa liên quan tới cái vi phạm thời gian thử thách.
Yeah. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Goodrich?
Ông hỏi là luật sư công tố viên muốn tiến hành thế nào? Muốn tiếp tục hay là cho luật sư của anh nói trước?
Yeah.
I'll defer to Mr. Goodrich, Your Honor.
Ông cho luật sư Goodrich nói trước.
Your Honor, Mr. Nguyen intends to plead guilty to the one allegation of using alcohol and the tamper on November 11th.
Là anh quyết định nhận lỗi trong việc là đã làm gì đó về thiết bị và dùng bia rượu ngày 11 tháng 11.
All right, so we're working from the same allegation. That would be an allegation for the listed on November 13th by probation officer Jody Bayless. Is that correct, Mr. Goodrich?
Hoặc là có phải là đây là cái lời tố cáo của quan chức Jody Bayless đã nộp với tòa án vào ngày 13 tháng 11, có phải là vi phạm đó không?
Yes, that is correct.
Đúng rồi, chính xác.
All right, and you're Mr. Gwynn, you understand you have a right to a hearing in this matter. You have a right to have your attorney, Mr. Goodrich, cross-examine or contest any charges brought against you by the City of Lansing.
Anh thì có hiểu là trong trường hợp này là anh có quyền xin một phiên tòa, trong đó là anh có thể bào chữa cho phía mình và luật sư của anh có thể hỏi lại với với quan chức của thành phố. Anh có hiểu những điều đó không?
Do you understand that, Mr. Gwynn?
Anh có hiểu là đó là quyền lợi của anh nếu anh muốn chọn như vậy không?
Yeah.
Yes.
It's my understanding instead, that you will be pleading guilty to the use of alcohol. Mr. Goodrich, is Mr. Gwynn also pleading guilty to the tampering event?
Theo luật thẩm phán hiểu thì anh đang nhận lỗi trong việc là dùng bia rượu. Mà ông hỏi luật sư của anh là có phải là anh cũng không nhận là anh đã làm điều gì đó với cái thiết bị theo dõi không?
Your Honor, he is admitting to the alcohol into the tampering as well.
Okay.
Tức là anh
All
công
right.
nhận hai cái.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Gwynn, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Rồi nhờ anh đưa tay phải lên. Anh có cho đây là lời nói của mình là đúng sự thật. Còn nếu không thì có thể bị phạt vì khai mạo không?
Khai mão là khai gì anh?
Tức là anh có nói là những lời anh đưa ra hôm nay là sự thật không?
Bây giờ nó nói giờ biết làm sao mà giờ mà nói biết làm sao bây giờ mình không có uống bây giờ nó nói giống mình phải chịu thôi.
I don't really feel that I drank alcohol, but I'm just going to go ahead and go with this.
Well, that's not an option today. We can reset it for probation violation for the actual hearing to take place on a City of Lansing date where we've set some time for testimony. But if you didn't drink alcohol, I can't have you plead to drinking alcohol on that day.
Nếu như anh muốn thì ông sẽ tạo ra cái phiên tòa cho anh được bào chữa cho phía mình. Đây sẽ là và chống lại lời tố cáo của thành phố Lansing. Nếu như anh thật sự nói là anh không có uống bia rượu ngày đó, thì thẩm phán không thể để cho anh nhận lỗi hôm nay. Anh muốn sao?
Nói nó dễ đi.
I will plead guilty.
And Mr. Nguyen, just to clarify, as we talked earlier, you either have to admit to alcohol or you have to request a hearing. There is no in between.
Giống như đã nói trong vừa rồi anh là hoặc là anh phải nhận lỗi anh đã uống, hoặc là không, anh phải từ chối và phải yêu cầu là họ sắp xếp một phiên tòa mới cho anh.
So what is your preference today, Mr. Gwynn?
Như vậy là cuối cùng anh chọn thế nào? Anh muốn nhận lỗi hay là không?
Yes.
I plead guilty.
All right, please raise your right hand once again.
Rồi anh giơ tay phải lên anh.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Anh có hứa là lời khai của anh ở đây là đúng sự thật không?
Is that a yes, sir?
And yes, the truth.
All right. Is it true that as of November 11th, 2024, that you violated your probation by drinking alcohol and tampering with your scram tether?
Anh có công nhận là ngày 11 tháng 11, anh năm ngoái, anh đã có vi phạm là uống bia rượu và đã làm gì đó về thiết bị theo dõi không?
Dạ cũng đeo vô tay cũng không để ý nữa, đi làm rồi cũng không để ý mấy cái chuyện.
I really wasn't paying attention to the device, so I just come home from work.
All right. Did you drink alcohol on that date?
Anh có dùng bia rượu ngày đó không?
Không.
No.
So that's a denial to the probation violation. And my understanding, Mr. Staples, is we'll set it for hearing.
Sounds good, Your Honor.
All right. So you can tell him that.
Yeah. Như vậy là anh đã từ chối, anh nói là anh không có dùng bia rượu, cho nên thẩm phán sẽ cho anh phiên tòa để bào chữa cho phía anh.
Còn ra tòa nữa hả?
So another court date then?
Yeah, we'll do another court date. And in the meantime, since we have have a defendant failed to appear for arraignment on March 14th. Defendant failed to appear for arraignment on April 26th. I have some concerns whether we're going to get Mr. Gwynn present at the hearing. You can translate that.
Guy, call from the interpreter. So I'm sorry. What were I had a problem with my system here. What was the first date? I didn't get that first date.
The first date for failed to appear was March 14th.
Okay.
The second date was April 26th. I have two failed to appears. I have some concerns concerning Mr. Gwynn making it to the hearing date that we're about to set.
Trong hồ sơ của anh nói là có 2 lần mà anh không có xuất hiện trước mặt thẩm phán khi được yêu cầu là ngày 14 tháng 3 và 26 tháng 4 năm ngoái, cho nên làm cho thẩm phán hơi nghi ngờ là liệu anh có thể thực sự sẽ có mặt nếu có cái phiên tòa mới hay không.
Your Honor, I would like to point out that Mr. Nguyen was one of the first people at the courthouse today.
Xin nhắc lại là ảnh là một trong những người đã tới ở đây, mấy người đầu tiên tới hôm nay.
And that is without my office's ability to contact him ahead of time.
Và hôm nay luật sư không có cách để liên lạc với anh để nhắc lại cho anh thôi mà tự anh nhớ.
He has the notice of hearing that he received for this hearing sitting right in front of him.
Anh đang đem theo cái giấy nhắc lại buổi phiên tòa hôm nay, anh đã đem theo luôn.
And as long as he has a notice of hearing printed off by the court, I don't believe it'll be a problem for him to make it to the next hearing.
Miễn là tòa án cũng đưa cho anh một cái giấy nhắc hẹn phiên tòa sắp tới thì ông nghĩ là anh chắc chắn là anh sẽ có mặt luôn, giống như hôm nay.
Any
Yes.
position from the city, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
Công tố viên cũng
All right.
không có góp ý.
Let's set for probation violation hearing. We would expect some testimony to be taken. The probation officer in this matter is Jody Bayless. So Jody should be here. And we'll set it for a City of Lansing date where we can take some testimony on.
February 3rd at 1:30.
February 3rd at 1:30.
Như vậy là
So
sẽ
we'll set for February 3rd at 1:30. Go ahead, Mr. Gilchrist.
Như vậy là sẽ có một cái phiên tòa mới để giải quyết cái vấn đề vi phạm thời gian thử thách. Đến ngày đó thì sẽ có những nhân chứng tới để đưa ra lời khai, bao gồm là quan chức mà kiểm soát thời gian thử thách của anh là bà Jody Bayless. Đây sẽ là diễn ra vào ngày 3 tháng 2 trong phiên tòa của thành phố Lansing lúc 1:30, tức là ngày 3 tháng 2, 1:30.
Your Honor, Mr. Nguyen and I will walk down the hall and get the notice from your court.
All right, perfect, Mr. Goodrich. So we've set it for February 3rd at 1:30, and notice will be given directly to Mr. Gwynn. Go ahead, Mr. Gilchrist.
Bây giờ thì luật sư của anh sẽ đi cùng anh đi xuống hành lang để lấy cái giấy nhắc hẹn cho anh để anh mang về luôn, khỏi bị mất. Một phần
And
nữa
a
là ngày 3
Vietnamese
tháng.
interpreter will be scheduled for that February 3rd date.
Ngày đó cũng sẽ có thông dịch tiếng Việt. Okay.
Anything else for the record in 24-00476, Mr. Staples?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor.
Hai bên không còn gì nữa, phiên tòa xong.
All right, Mr. Gwynn, we'll see you on that February 3rd at 1:30 date, and we'll provide notice in court here from my court officer.
Như vậy là nhớ là ngày 3 tháng 2 lúc 1:30 anh sẽ có giấy nhắc hẹn khi anh đi về hôm nay. Okay.
All right, thank you for your assistance today, Mr. Gilchrist.
My pleasure. Rồi xin chào mọi người. Thank you. Goodbye.
All right, and then all right. And then we'll wait for, maybe we'll go on this on the second one with Mr. Goodrich, just to,
If we could, Your Honor.
Yeah,
We have a meeting at 10.
yeah. All right. And do you have an interpreter? Do we have an interpreter on the second case? No?
I don't believe so.
All right. So the next one is Mr. Enos. And then Mr. Goodrich, you ready to go on Mr. Enos?
Miss Enos, yes.
Miss Enos. Miss Enos, you can come up here. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01454. That is the City of Lansing versus Casey Enos. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Staples.
Matt Staples on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Enos is standing to my right.
And ma'am, you are Casey Enos, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for a violation of probation hearing. Mr. Staples, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer?
Your Honor, I will defer to Mr. Goodrich. I do wish to comment on the violation before
All right.
the court makes its determination.
Okay. Mr. Goodrich.
Your Honor, Ms. Enos intends to plead guilty to the allegation in this.
All right. And that is the allegation from December 16th by probation officer Nathaniel Neves. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I'm just making sure we're on the same page. All right. Is that okay? That's your understanding, Mr. Staples?
It is, Your
All
Honor.
right. So before sentencing, I'll let you allocute on behalf of the city. Mr. Goodrich may inquire of Ms. Enos concerning some of her rights in the case prior to her accepting responsibility.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Enos, you understand that you have a right to a hearing in this matter. Mr. Goodrich would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, ma'am?
Yes.
It is my understanding it is your wish to plead guilty to the probation violation, technical probation violation allegation against you, and then proceed to sentencing. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Enos?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear, affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
Yes.
All right. I am going to bring your attention back that you violated your probation pursuant to the allegation brought by your probation officer that you tested positive for alcohol on December 6th, 2024. Is it your understanding that you tested positive for alcohol on December 6th, 2024?
Yes.
All right. And that was in technical violation of your probation. Is that correct? All right. I find the admission to technical violation to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And Mr. Staples, would you like to be heard on sentencing?
Just very briefly, Your Honor, I would just wish to state that the city does have a slight concern on this file that maybe was not echoed by probation, given the factual elements listed on the probation recommendation, that although this is the first positive test, there may have been some diluted tests that she was not violated for in the past. So the city just wished to raise that consideration and does have some concern given the nature of the underlying offense here, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Allocution, Mr. Goodrich.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, to address that, Ms. Enos did have an initial issue, having to essentially pee for a test and began drinking beforehand. And she is a person who naturally drinks a lot of water during the day. As Mr. Neves stated, he talked to her about that and how you can't over drink, and that problem has stopped. She has been on doing testing 3 times a month. She has made every test. She's shown up every time. This is the only positive. She admits that she made, a poor decision on that circumstance, and honestly was I think surprised by how effective the testing is as far as finding it in your system. And even if you have 1 drink, that it'll be found. She has already completed the victim impact panel in this matter. She's paid off all of her costs, is my understanding. So she's been generally doing very well on probation and had this 1 poor decision. So I would ask you to follow Mr. Neves's recommendation here to keep her on probation and to give her a warning this time. And certainly if this happens again, the court can take different actions at that time.
All right, my understanding the probation ending date is March 24th. Is that correct? Anything else, Mr. Staples?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to say to the court, Ms. Enos, before the court passes sentence? Is that a yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Right now, we're trying to figure out if this is a one-time operating intoxicated or if it's more than that. And if it's more than that, then we need to provide resources so that this doesn't happen again. All right. That's the whole point of district court, is we're trying to prevent it from happening again. If it happens again, then we want to try to fix the problem. And there's no easy fix here. Okay. Addiction to alcohol There's no easy answer. Every day it's a vigilant fight. We're trying to figure that out right now. All right. We're trying to figure that out. And drinking a lot of water doesn't help the test figure it out. It just comes back as if you're trying to dilute the test. And that may not be what you're trying to do, because I know it happens, but that's the purpose of it. The purpose of it is not just to punish you. The purpose is try to help you. Because I'm not concerned about Miss Enos through probation. I'm concerned about Miss Enos 4 years from now, when you have to make a good decision based on whether you should get on the road or not. Okay. So I'm going to take this as a learning experience. All right. And we will continue probation. You've done everything on probation. This violation was, I'm going to take it as poor judgment. You understand the diluting is the problem here. Yeah, because if you dilute the exam, then we only, or you would miss a setting. Our only takeaway is, well, you diluted for a reason or you missed for a reason. And we're gonna for the worst possible scenario. That's what you want to avoid. That's the whole business of avoiding that. You've done the impact panel. So continued probation to 54A. I'll indicate that we had a discussion concerning the importance of effective testing. I'm not going to impose any jail, but recognize that the less we see each other, the better. If you show up again and you violate it, I start losing options. I start losing tools. And my final tool is, you're not supposed to be drinking, is to put you in jail. All right. That's not an effective tool. All right. But that is one that makes everybody in the community a little safer for that night. All right. So let's continue probation, continue testing, and then you should be up in March. All right, ma'am. All right. Anything else for the record in docket 24-01454, Mr. Staples?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor.
You should be all set, Ms. Enos. You probably don't have to talk to Mr. Nebbs, but make sure you're on the same page. You know exactly what you're supposed to do. All right.
Yeah.
You're all set. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Staples.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. All right. Is Mr. Should we bring back Mr. Birch? He was still in the breakout room. And go on, Mr. Clark.
I'm ready for that, Your
All
Honor.
right. Let's make sure that Mr. Birch is brought back.
I'm gonna zoom this footage and see. I don't know if they're here.
All right. All right, Mr. Birch, you can unmute. Or from the Birch Law Firm. We're on the record in docket 25-00007. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Dakota Clark. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
And from the Birch Law Firm, you are?
My name is Patrick Simmons, P85848. Representing Dakota Clark.
All right, and you're here on behalf of Mr. Clark. And sir, you are Dakota Clark, and you can unmute.
Yes, I am Dakota Clark, Your Honor.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Clark?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause hearing. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we're going to be leaving this on for a preliminary examination.
All right, and is that a fair statement, Mr. Simmons?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, it is.
So we'll leave on for the previously scheduled preliminary examination for January 23rd at 8:30. So Mr. Clark, we will see you next week, the 23rd at 8:30. That's a week from today at 8:30. Anything else for the record? And that'll be live in person on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. Anything else for the record in 25-00007, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Simmons?
No, no, Your Honor, no.
All right, Mr. Clark, we'll see you next week at 8:30. Thank you today for your appearance.
Yes, sir. I will see you then.
Thank you.
All right. We have on the Samsung, could you identify yourself? And you'll have to unmute, ma'am.
Yeah, my name is Chloe Hernandez.
Okay, Chloe Hernandez, and you're here for your 9 o'clock?
9:30, yes.
All right, 9:30, thanks. And then Miss Redmond's here. And then on the iPhone, could you please identify yourself? You'll have to unmute. On the iPhone,
Josiah Kane.
what's your name?
Josiah Kane.
Say your name again.
Josiah Kane.
Okay, and you're here for your 9:30, Mr. Kane?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there anybody in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom who is an ASL interpreter? The answer is no.
Okay, and then I just got an email from.
All right. So Ms. Redmond, you can unmute. So we're on the
Hello,
record in docket 24-03522. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Jessica Redmond. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Milks.
And well, Your Honor, Stephen Milks on behalf of Ms. Redmond. Ms. Redmond is appearing via Zoom at this time. I don't see her on the screen, but
Yeah, I see her. So ma'am, you are Jessica Redmond, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. And you can hear me all right, Ms. Redmond?
Yep, Your Honor. I
All
can.
right. This is the time set for a probable cause hearing. I will indicate just for the record that we're glad Ms. Redmond's here. She was out of Clinton County and then just released from Ottawa County, I believe. And then she got the Zoom information and she's with us by Zoom. This is a PCC. So Mrs. L, how we proceed?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we will be doing a 21-day waiver today.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Milks?
it is, Your Honor. It's a fair statement. Just to briefly put on the record, Your Honor, she does have a case pending out of Ottawa County. It's her next hearing scheduled for February 6th. In conjunction with this case here, we'd just like to see kind of what happens out there. If there is going to be some sort of treatment resolution in that matter or this matter, it's something that can all be possibly looked at and packaged together. So that's our purpose tonight, Your Honor.
All right. May I inquire of your client, Ms. Redmond, of the waiver in the 21-day rule?
Yes, thank you.
All right, Ms. Redmond, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination within 21 days of your date of arraignment. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You were represented today by Attorney Stephen Milks, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is my understanding it is your wish today to waive your right to a preliminary examination only within that 21-day period. You wouldn't be waiving your right to a prelim in general, just within that 21-day period, so that we could link up this up with some other cases that may be outstanding. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a prelim within 21 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Do the people also waive their right to a prelim within 21 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
I find the waiver of the 21-day rule to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. And about how far out are we looking to set the prelim date with the understanding that we're kind of waiting on that file out of Ottawa County.
Your Honor, if there's any availability after the after February 6th.
So that would be 30 days-ish.
The 13th or 14th, if that's okay, Your Honor?
Yeah, but let's see what's available 30 days. Now that you waived the 21-day rule, I think 30 days is fine.
Okay.
February 14th at 8:30.
All right, so we'll set it for February 14th at 8:30. Miss Redmond, do you have an updated address we could send that February? The last address I have for you is the Grand Ledge address.
It's actually in Kentwood.
All right. Is that the Kentwood address is on Montebello?
Yep.
All right. And that we can send notification to that updated address.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right. I'll see everybody on February 14th at 8:30. Anything else for the record in 2403-522, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Milks.
February 14th is Valentine's Day, just warning to the court and everyone else. Okay, just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Nothing further.
Trust me, my court recorder is well aware of
Very,
that.
very good. Thank you. Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Milks. Ms. Redmond, you should be all set. We'll see you on Valentine's Day at 8:30.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
You too. Good point, Mr. Milks. All right, Mr. White, we'll call your case of, that is Miss Martin.
Yeah.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 25-00019. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Barbara Ann Martin. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Ms. Azell.
Gabrielle Ezell, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. White.
Good morning, Your Honor. Toby White on behalf of Barbara Martin. And as you can see, Barbara Martin is actually with me at my office and we're zooming in.
All right. And ma'am, you are Barbara Martin, is that correct?
Yes,
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Martin?
yes, I can.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding today, or would you like to defer to Mr. White?
I would like to defer to Mr. White.
Mr. White, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you, Your Honor. What I would like to do is make next week a PCC, not a preliminary exam, because we have not reviewed discovery yet. And so to me, that makes sense. We might be waiving, we might be running, but we'll know by next week.
All right, and does Ms. Martin want to waive her, if we choose to do something else on the 23rd, she'll be waiving her 21-day rule then?
Yeah,
is that fair?
Your Honor, if the court has a moment now, we can waive her 21-day.
All right.
So that we don't have to bring it up again.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it now. So Mr. White may inquire of your client of the waiver of the 21-day rule, and then we'll just leave on for PCC next week.
Please do. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Martin, you understand you have a right to a preliminary examination today, a preliminary within 21 days of your date of arraignment. A preliminary examination is a probable cause hearing in which the people would have to prove by probable cause evidence that a crime has been committed and the identity of the person who committed that crime. You are represented today by Attorney Toby White, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the people of the state of Michigan. It is my understanding it is your wish today to waive your right to a prelim within 21 days. You wouldn't be waiving your right to a prelim in general, just within that 21-day time period, so you may get additional discovery information from the people of the state of Michigan, and we wouldn't be under the constraints of the 21-day rule. Is it your wish today to waive your right to a prelim within 21 days?
Yes,
Mrs. L, did the people also waive their right to a prelim within 21 days?
We do, Your Honor.
I find the waiver of the 21-day rule to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. We'll reset this for next week for PCC. So it'll be set for probable cause conference on January 23rd at 9:30. And Mr. White, you may, I would assume you can appear via Zoom. That would be, that would be appropriate for the PCC on that January 23rd date. All right, sir?
We'll plan on, we'll plan on zooming in at the same time. I've lost my video, but I hear you perfectly.
All right, perfect. Anything else for the record in 2500019? We'll see everybody next week at 9:30.
Thank you, Your
Have a
Honor.
good people.
All right, you're all set, Mr. White. Thank you for your appearance today.
Oh, there we go.
So, Mr. Freeman, you're here on Mill Shigala, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
All right. We have an interpreter. And Mr. Shigala's is he in the jail room C?
Yes, Your Honor, that's him.
Did you need some time to speak with Mr. Shigala, Mill Shigala, with the interpreter present, Mr. Freeman?
Thank you for asking, Your Honor, but that will not be necessary.
All right. So, ma'am, why don't you come up here and we can put that on the record? All right. So please state your first name and last name and spell them both for the record, ma'am.
Norma Baptista, Norma Baptista.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly, accurately, and impartially interpret in the matter now before the court and not divulge confidential communications, so help you God, under the penalty of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. All right. Just let me know if I get going a little fast. All right. I'm going to call the case, and Mr. Shigala should be present via Zoom. So we're on the record in docket 25-00037. That is People of the State of Michigan versus Luis Mil Shigala.
Estamos en récord ahorita para el caso que termina en número 37 en contra de Luis Mil Shigala.
And appearances for the record, Mrs. Zell.
Gabrielle Izal, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Gabriel Di Salas es la prosecutora para el caso.
Appearances, Mr. Freeman.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Stephen A. Freeman, Assistant Public Defender, appearing by Zoom on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Shigala, who appears also by Zoom.
Stephen Freeman, que es el que lo está representando a través de el servicio de Zoom.
And sir, you are Luis Mil Shigala, is that correct?
¿Y ese es su nombre, Luis Mil Shigala? ¿Sí o no? I don't see him aquí.
I think he said something, but we can't hear him.
Señor Luis Mil Shigala, responda si ese es su nombre.
Sí. Okay, sí. All right.
Yes.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Mr. Mil Shigala?
¿Está escuchando al juez correctamente, señor Luis?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. This is the time set for a probable cause conference.
Este es el tiempo que le estamos dando para establecer cuál es la probabilidad de causa.
Mrs. Zell, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Freeman?
Your Honor, I would like to defer to Mr. Freeman.
En este momento, la prosecutora está defiriendo al señor Freeman.
Mr. Freeman, how are we proceeding today?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. It is the intent of the defense to go forward with preliminary examination as currently scheduled, if that would please the court.
All right.
Es la intención de Freeman de seguir con el procedimiento.
All right, so we'll leave on for preliminary examination previously scheduled for January 23rd at 9:30.
Se había antes dado la fecha del 23 de enero.
A writ has been already done on this file. So Mr. Mil Shigala should be writ out of Calhoun County and brought here for the preliminary examination.
Eso pues ya se procesó y debería de traerse al señor Mil Shigala aquí a Lansing y dejar Calhoun.
Anything else for the record in 25-00037, Mrs. Zell?
Not for the people.
No hay más que agregar al caso de acuerdo a la prosecutora.
Mr. Freeman, anything else for the record?
No, Your Honor, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, so Mr. Mil Shigala, we'll see you at 9:30 live on the 6th floor City Hall next week, and we've already done the writ, so you will be brought over.
Señor Shigala, va a estar la próxima semana en cara a cara para seguir con el caso.
And that's all for the record in 25-00037.
Y eso es todo para este caso.
Your Honor.
Thank you,
Your
everybody,
Honor.
for your appearance.
Yes, Your Honor, one last thing, it's not necessarily on the record, but may I impose upon the interpreter, if it is the same woman, to appear approximately 30 minutes prior to the scheduled date so we can have a discussion with my client on the third floor.
I don't know if it will be the same person, since you get the appointment, sometime before, but I don't know if you always know if it.
Yeah, it could be, or it could be somebody else.
So we'll make that request known if, but you need a chance to talk to Mr. Shigala concerning, with an interpreter present. We'll make sure that happens, Mr. Freeman.
My thanks to the court.
Right. All right, ma'am, thank you for your assistance today. You're all set. All right, thank you for your appearance today. You're all set, Mr. Shigala. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Rick White. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Zell, Assistant Prosecutor for the People.
Mr. Etheridge.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Derek Ashford, also public defender on behalf of Mr. White, who's in the courtroom standing to my right.
And sir, you are Rick White, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding today, or would you like to defer?
Your Honor, the people are not able to meet their burden in this matter and at this time. So we will not be able to proceed, and we will be moving to dismiss the case.
So this would be a dismissal on behalf of the people, state of Michigan, since you're not unable to make the case and in the interest of justice. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So we will print out a nollie pros for you to sign. Mr. Etheridge, is that your understanding?
Yes, Your Honor, there's no objection.
Mr. White, you understand that this is this is dismissed by the people of the state of Michigan without prejudice, which means that people could reissue if they choose to, but realistically, for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? What's that?
Are you really serious? It's dismissed?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, man. I've been through a lot.
All right.
Thank you very much.
So out of the interest of justice, the people have chosen, it could be reissued. It's not, that would have to go through a review process, but for our purposes today, the case is dismissed. All right, sir? All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 25-00017, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Etheridge.
No, Your Honor, I would just request 2 copies of the signed dismissal order so I can provide the client.
All right. All right. You can get a copy from you can get 2 copies from my court officer. You're all set, Mr. White. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you.
So just have a seat on their own bench and I'll bring you a copy of this. Okay.
And Mr. Goodrich, were you ready on Kane or Hernandez? All right. I know Mr. Hernandez has been So let's go ahead and then we'll call Kane. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00853. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Chloe Hernandez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
And Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Ms. Hernandez, who's appearing over Zoom today.
And ma'am, you are Chloe Hernandez, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Hernandez?
Perfect.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding, or do you like to defer to Mr. Goodrich?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we'll be leaving this on for a preliminary exam.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
We'll leave on for preliminary, the previously scheduled preliminary examination on January 23rd at 9:30. That'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. So Ms. Hernandez, we'll see you here next week at 9:30. All right, ma'am?
All righty.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24-00853, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Hernandez, we'll see you next week. Thank you for your appearance today. You're all set.
Thank you. Good morning.
And then we'll go on docket 25-00054. That is people of the state of Michigan versus Josiah Kane. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mrs. L.
Gabrielle Lizelle, Assistant Prosecutor for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Attorney Luke Goodrich from the Public Defender's Office here to represent Mr. Kane, who's appearing over Zoom today.
And sir, you are Josiah Kane, and you'll have to unmute.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you can hear me all right, Mr. Kane?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a probable cause conference. Mrs. L, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, it's my understanding that we'll be leaving this on for preliminary exam.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Goodrich?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We'll leave on for the previously scheduled prelim for January 23rd at 9:30. So it'll be next Thursday at 9:30. It'll be live on the 6th floor of City Hall of Lansing. Anything else for the record in 25-00054, Mrs. L?
Not for the people.
Mr. Goodrich.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Kane, we'll see you live in person at 9:30 next week.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. We did Withers. How about Frazier, Devin Frazier?
Wendy, would you know? I'm sorry. Mr. White leave the sheriff's department for a bond. Would he have to go to the window, or would he go to where he originally paid to get it back?
Well, he would eventually have to get it from the court, because it has to go through.
Do you still have Devin Frazier?
things.
I do have that case.
You do or do not?
I do have that case,
Okay.
yes.
That's Mr. Feigelson. That's a forensic review.
Correct.
It looks like we did receive the bond. I believe there's a process where it gets mailed to whomever it needs to go to. Mr. Etheridge, they've changed that process numerous times since I worked in the clerk's office. So if you wanted to step to the counter, they would be better to advise you. I don't want to tell you something that's wrong.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. I'm sorry I can't be more help.
No, that's okay. So are we waiting for a report on Mr. Frazier?
I full. I'm sorry, I was talking to Mr. Etheridge.
I was asking Mrs. Zell.
Not quite sure. I'm looking to see if I have one now.
I think he's awaiting competency, but we don't have anything.
I'm sure that this was kind of scheduled as a control date.
As a control date, just to see if we got anything. I think you're right. He was found incompetent but restorable on October 31st.
Usually every, can't remember if it's 60 or 90 days.
Yeah, and then we set it just so we don't lose track of it.
Yeah.
So, and I would think he'd have what, a year and a half from date of arraignment, or a year and a half from the request from the competency report. And that's October
I think it's
31st.
from the order you get 15 months, but
Fif-
no more
15
than
months?
one third of the maximum
Right.
sentence.
Right.
Let me see what's going on with Judge Moore's case to see if that, this is the one that we lost split, so I'm trying to do some investigation.
15 months or no more than, the maximum sentence is a 2-year,
So that would make it 8 months.
8 months. So June would be the date we really need that report.
I had a guy who was coming up on that, and then rather than like send him to the forensic center like 2 months before, like, yeah, we're just gonna find him not restorable now.
Right, yeah, I've seen that. We've show caused the mental, the CMH, and we